Hello everyone, and we want to welcome you back to our second day here live streaming at Miami International Airport. My name is Sam and I'm joined here with co-host Matt.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining.
It's another amazing day here in the south of Florida. It's another hot day and the current time is 10:09 a.m. and we're going to be doing some plane spotting today. We do apologise that we could not get the stream started by 9 a.m. We had some technical problems with the equipment and the heat, so we had to rectify that. We tried to do it as fast as we could, as well as the internet connection problems that we were having, so we do apologise. We're about an hour or so late. It's great to see already so many people in the chat. Hello Alison, Marcy and Chris. G'day MG Scan Lon. Great to see you back here again today, mate.
Great to see so many people, as Sam said. We have a few departures that have just pushed back and that will come to runway 9. The Cathay Pacific 7478, which will be shown on the screen here, will definitely be coming to runway 9, and I believe a Kalita Air 747 also has pushed back. So we should see those taking off in front of us in a couple of minutes.
And the next arrival on runway 9 in front of us is Spirit Airlines flight 1149 arriving in from Detroit. It's an Airbus A319-100. And this sure is a livery that will stand out.
So it should emerge from behind the tree in only a couple of moments. We are back in the same spot. We're filming from runway 09, just like we were yesterday. Oh, and here is the Spirit now. So here we have the Cathay Pacific 7478 freighter taxiing up towards runway 09, and that will be flying directly to Houston, Texas. On short finals onto runway 09, which we will see before that Cathay Pacific departure, is an American Airlines Boeing 737-800 from San Juan. It is flight AA386, and it will emerge from behind the tree very shortly.
Great to see we have a lot of people from yesterday already watching the stream. Welcome back, Roger. And yes, that is right. There is a 747 inbound. However, it will not be landing on our runway, unfortunately. Correction, we're just waiting to see how much it banks. It could be coming our runway. It's a Skylease cargo, Boeing 747-400 freighter, arriving in from Georgetown. And I think it might be coming to our runway. No, she started to turn, as you guys can see just there. A nice banking shot, however. And the next aircraft to arrive in on runway 9 is American Airlines flight 1182, arriving in from Guatemala City. It's a Boeing 737-800. Whilst the Cathay Pacific 747-8 holds short of runway 9. Great to see Timmy NASCAR 28 back and watching the stream along with Phantom Planes. Thanks for joining and watching the stream again today, guys. We really appreciate it. Hello, Wendell from the Philippines. Thanks for joining again, mate. And yes, that is right. Unfortunately, we did lose the Skylease cargo 747.
But there is a cool composition shot coming up as the Skylease 747 will be approaching and fly in the distance, but over the Cathay Pacific cargo 747 from our perspective. So that's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. So I hope you like that little shot there.
And there it is, the Queens. And the next arrival onto runway 9 is American Airlines flight 2154, arriving in from San Pedro Sula. It's a Boeing 737-800. And then hopefully we should see Cathay line up and take off. So the current weather down here in Miami is 31 degrees Celsius. It's another very, very hot day. Or 88 degrees Fahrenheit. And here is the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 on final now for runway 9er. And the Cathay Pacific 747-8 is now lining up on runway 9er. This 747 is off to Houston, Texas. And wow, we already have the Kalita Air 747-400 freighter already lining up on runway 9er. This 747-400 freighter is off to Buenos Aires in Argentina. As flight 539, still wearing personally my favourite Kalita Air livery. Timmy NASCAR, we appreciate your support, mate. Really do. No stress if you can't super chat us, it's alright. All that matters is that you're here. And now let's listen to this awesome 747. And that is right, MJ Scanlon. It is an ex-Nippon Cargo Airlines 747 freighter. Once again, guys, would like to say a big thanks for everyone's support. Great to see people from yesterday tuning in again. Greg, great to see you again, mate. Timmy NASCAR, awesome stuff. And Roger Abbott, thank you for becoming a first class member. That is great to see. We really appreciate your support, mate. And we appreciate you watching the stream yesterday and tuning in again today and now becoming a first class member. Awesome stuff, mate. Thanks for supporting the channel.
Roger, really appreciate it. It's your membership and your support that allows us to keep doing this and to travel internationally to bring you the best live streams possible from around the world. So really do appreciate it, and I can't say that enough.
Awesome stuff to see some viewers again from yesterday joining the stream, plane spotting with us here today at Miami.
So arriving in next on runway 9 is the American Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 8, arriving from Houston. So we had the Cathay Pacific that's going there, and we got the American that's just landing from there next.
And yes, that Kalita was very heavy. Hello, Miss Wolves 13. Thanks for joining in again on today's stream. Thank you, Mike, the AvGeek. Really appreciate the support, and always good to see the Queens flying around still. Our good friend Max Getley, Melb Aviation, joining in again. And our next arrival on runway 9 again is an American Airlines 737 as flight 1498 arriving in from Mexico City. And thank you, Mike, the AvGeek. Really appreciate that support, mate. Means a lot to both of us here. We've already got 311 people watching the stream, so that's great to see. 341 now, that's awesome. Really appreciate everyone's support tuning in again today for another day of plane spotting here in the south of Florida at Miami International Airport. And if you are just tuning in, my name is Sam and I'm joined here with my co-host Matt.
G'day, I'm the man behind the camera for today.
And we're doing some plane spotting at Miami. And the next arrival here is another flight from Mexico City, Volaris flight 854. It's an Airbus A320-200 on final right now for runway 9er. And here is an American Airlines Boeing 737-800 arriving in from San Salvador as flight 1072. And that is right, there is a KLM Cargo 747-400 freighter about 13 minutes away, so we do hope for a runway 9 arrival here. Another Queen to showcase to everyone on the stream. And Wendell asks, when will you be live streaming in Sydney? Not too sure about that one, but do go check out the Sid Squad, as they can provide you with weekly Sydney live streams. Our good friends at the Sid Squad, both Tim and Kurt, they showcase Sydney Airport and what it has to offer with their amazing live streams, so please go check that out. And this is American Airlines flight 924 arriving in from Medellin. It's a Boeing 737 MAX. And the next arrival on runway 9er is American Airlines flight 1130. It's an Airbus A319 arriving from Bogota in Colombia. Definitely a place both Matt and I plan to visit at some point. Thank you, Wendell. Thanks for tuning in. And the next arrival, as we just said, was American Airlines flight 1130 from Bogota. It's a Airbus A319. It's great to see the great support from everyone already. So we've already got 397 people watching the stream right now. And Timmy NASCAR asks, how long are you guys streaming for today, do you know? We plan to stream for around 6 hours or so.
Yep, roughly about 6 hours, maybe packing up at around 3 p.m. Miami time. It just depends on a couple things. But in the meantime, we have a lot of hours of plane spotting ahead, so do stay tuned and enjoy the stream. Next up is the Air Century ATR 72-200 freight version. This is coming from Santo Domingo. And it's flying as flight Y2391. Definitely a different airline that we haven't seen here in Miami yet, so a very nice addition to the stream.
Awesome support. We've already reached up to 408 viewers right now. That is great to see. Welcome, Kevin D. Glad you were able to find Aviation Videography. Really appreciate you watching today, mate. Thank you, Avi. Really enjoying your streams. Glad that I found this channel a couple of days ago. Really appreciate that, mate. As we will be streaming from various locations. Great to see some new people today watching the stream and some people who were watching it yesterday as well. Awesome to have that.
Salazar, yes. We actually are planning to go to Europe next month. And we're going to be traveling around the EU and planning to stream in many different airports in Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, France, and possibly also Spain. And we will be doing that quite erratically, but also very consistently. So do stay tuned for that. We're going to start doing that late in August. So next on to approach, we have the Spirit Airlines flight NK3161. This is an Airbus A320-200 Neo, and it's arriving direct from Dallas-Fort Worth. Following behind that's a 757-200 by Atlanta. By Delta Airlines, sorry, not Atlanta, but that's where it is coming from. It's operating as flight DL1654.
And Bike Test DE says, would love to have you here in Germany. I cannot wait to go to Germany. That's going to be a great, fun trip in Deutschland. Next month in August. And here is the Spirit Airlines arriving in from Dallas. Thanks for everyone watching so far, and if you'd like to become a member and have the exclusive member perks, which one of those is to have exclusive access to voting polls in which you can decide where we bring you our next live stream. So you can decide the airport, the spotting location, wherever you want. Please let us know on the polls, on the exclusive membership polls, and you can decide where we bring you our future live streams from. Anywhere around the world. And our good friend, LA plane spotter Rudy, is back watching the stream again. Thanks for tuning in, Rudy. And hopefully you enjoy this Delta 757-200 arriving in from Atlanta. It looks like the KLM Cargo 747 freighter is getting closer and closer. I think I can see it in the distance, and it should be landing on runway 9er, so we should be able to get a nice shot of the Queen arriving in. But before that, we have Southwest Airlines Flight 604 arriving in from Chicago Midway. It's a Boeing 737 MAX 8. Yes, that is right. LA Plane Spotter is an LA News TV star. I did see Rudy on the TV. Matt and I did both see that.
Yes, it was really cool.
And here is the Southwest 737 MAX 8 Flight 604 arriving in from Chicago Midway. And that is right, it is another beautiful day here in Miami. It's 88 degrees Fahrenheit or 31 degrees Celsius. Another hot day, but it's still really nice to do some plane spotting today. And the next arrival is American Airlines Flight 2024 arriving in from Austin, Texas. It's a Boeing 737 MAX 8. Got a lot of people from around the world joining in from Vietnam and Japan. And thank you to Jean for joining us again on this morning's stream. And the next arrival here on runway 9er is the KLM Cargo Boeing 747-400 freighter flight 6141 from Amsterdam. We should see it appear from behind the tree, and there it is. The distinctive blue look of a KLM 747. Well, that was just awesome to watch. Sorry about that, guys. We did have a technical problem there for a second. Yes, we absolutely love those birds. So Timmy NASCAR asked what the winds are here today. So it's currently gusting at 11 kilometers per hour in a northwesterly direction. And Robert Davis is joining us again today. I remember back when there were airlines like TWA, Continental and others. Well, that is an era I wish I was around in. Unfortunately, I wasn't. And I think Matt would definitely agree.
What an era to be around. The golden age of aviation, I think they call it.
Definitely. Numerous 727s, 707s, DC-10s.
DC-8s.
DC-8s, yep. It's it's amazing. An amazing era it would have been. And Stuart says that KLM 747 was spectacular. Yes, it was. It was awesome to see. Butter. And here is an American Airlines E175 LR arriving in from Kingston. Oh, correction. Key West. Sorry about that, guys. Flight radar did lag a little there. The next arrival is American Airlines Flight 1628 arriving in from Kingston. It's a 737-800. It's great to see the support. Already we have 400 people watching the stream. And for anyone just joining, my name is Sam and I'm joined with co-host Matt.
Hello.
We're doing some plane spotting here at Miami International Airport in the south of Florida. As you can see there is the Queen standing out from the rest with that distinctive blue KLM livery. We have our good friend Kevin from Airline Videos joining in on the stream. Really appreciate you watching the stream today, mate. Asking, are you guys going for 11 hours today? No, not today. Unfortunately. We'll probably max out at about 6 or 7.
Definitely no more than that. Not for today. We've got a couple things to figure out, like how we're going to fly back home. So, definitely no more.
G'day Sebastian, thanks for joining in on the stream again today, mate. And there is that awesome KLM cargo. here is a classic 7-3 arriving in on runway 9er, arriving in from Havana, Aero Airways, flight 503. And yes, it was great to see Kevin and Rudy on Fox on the news when they were talking about the tyre blowout of that Delta 737. It's really cool to watch that. We got Lucy. Hello, Lucy. Thanks for joining in on the stream again today. And the next arrival is Aero Airways, flight 405, arriving in from Santo Domingo. It's a Boeing 737-300. This is a freighter.
One of the coolest things about Miami Airport is just the broad variety of classic aircraft here, like DC-8s, 737-300s, 400s, and also DC-10s. There was also, up until recently, a 727 for IFL Group that was based here, which was great to see.
So sit back and enjoy this classic 737 landing on runway 9er. And wow, that 737-300 was originally delivered to KLM, which is pretty interesting. Great to see we have so many viewers from yesterday tuning into the stream again today, and some new viewers as well today. We are so glad that you were able to join us here so far at Miami for some plane spotting. And just turned onto approach is Global X. It's an Airbus A320 arriving in from Havana. It's in the blue livery, so it is another distinctive livery. It's a livery that stands out, so it's going to be a cool one to watch.
Wet like bee. Yes, there was a 747 just before the KLM cargo. It arrived about 10 minutes ago now, so if you do want to see that, make sure to skip back about 10 minutes and you'll see a nice landing just in front of us of the KLM. There should be some more 747s later in the day, like the Lufthansa 747-8 from Frankfurt, and there may be some Atlas cargo 747-400s that would arrive from Pagoda and possibly some other places in Latin America. So just waiting for the Global X to emerge from behind the trees. And the approach is unfortunately, or for the most part, the approach is blocked by that tree. So until it gets to about 40 seconds away from the runway, we're not actually able to see it. So until then, we'll just be waiting.
Great to see that Airline Videos, our good friends Kevin and Rudy, will be doing a live stream at LAX in about an hour's time. So if you want to go see some live plane spotting from Los Angeles, LAX, please go and watch their live stream. And TriStar Darren, welcome to first class. We really appreciate your support, mate, that you've watched the stream and become a first class member. You will now have access to some of the exclusive perks of becoming a first class member. You will have access to the polls where you can decide where you would like us to stream in the future. Thanks to TriStar Darren.
Yes, huge thank you to TriStar Darren, and it's members and supporters of the channel that continue to make this all possible. By signing up for a channel membership, you do get the exclusive perk of having an influence on where we are going to be streaming. So we look forward to hearing your thoughts in the polls, TriStar Darren. So arriving in next on runway 09 is flight AA1512, which is the American Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 8 service from Georgetown. And that'll be arriving in just a moment. And then after that, we do have a heavy on approach. It's a Amiri Jet Boeing 767, which is arriving from Cincinnati.
big thanks to Wes Westbrook from joining in from Maryland. Thank you for your support. And Jeff, again, joining in from Boston. Thanks for joining in to today's stream again, Jeff.
So as I mentioned just before, this is the Amiri Jet International Boeing 767-300 freighter arriving from Cincinnati. And it's not as common to get the Amiri Jet fleet to be landing on runway 9. They tend to land on the northern side of the airport as that's closer to their freight facility. So do enjoy this landing.
We're just waiting for it to pop out from behind the tree here that does block our view of the approach path, and there it is, the 76. Thanks for everyone tuning in. And yes, my name is Sam, and this is my fellow co-host and plane spotter, Matt.
Hello.
We're doing some plane spotting here in Miami. It definitely is a awesome livery on that 767. And our next arrival here on runway 9 is American Eagle Flight 3755, arriving in from Monterey. It's a Embraer E175 LR. And we have Karen Monson joining the stream again today. Thanks for joining and watching again. And Kevin D asks, so Sam and Matt, do you guys travel around the world doing live streams? Well, this is our second live stream. Obviously, we don't live in Miami, we live in Melbourne, Australia. And we do plan to bring you guys live streams from around the world. So that is our goal. That is what we hope to do.
And I think we've started off really well here in Miami. I think it was a good first choice, and we've enjoyed the experience so far.
Indeed, it was a difficult choice to choose which one we would do first, but Miami has been great. We're very, very happy, so that is our goal.
So also circling back to that as well, we do intend to go around the world to do more live streams, but we are going to allow our members to decide exactly where we're going to go and where we're going to film from. So our members will have access to exclusive polls which will influence our decisions on where we're going. So if you want to partake in that, sign up to be a channel member and your voice will be heard directly by us. So we have a very small break here on runway 9. There's no arrivals and there's also no departures. And this does tend to happen here in Miami. It has been quite patchy since the pandemic. And whilst it is recovering very, very quickly, there are still some periods here where there's just no action on certain sides of the airport. And other times it's just non-stop and you don't even get a break. However, we do have one of the Avianca cargos pushing back from its bay over there right towards the tower. And that will be taking off on runway 09 in about 5 to 10 minutes.
And it looks like our next arrival hopefully should be the DHL Boeing 767-300 freighter, which is operated by ABX Air, arriving in from San Jose. And a big thank you to Lucy for becoming a first class member. We really appreciate your support. It was great to meet you in Los Angeles back in March. I think it was March. February. Very end of February. Yes, back in Los Angeles around then. So that was really good. Really appreciate your support to the channel.
Yes, thank you very much, Lucy. We can't express our gratitude enough. And we look forward to seeing you when we're back in LA next. It'll be good.
And LA Planespotters said, our good friend Rudy says, not to mention the 30 plus hours of travel it took for you to get to Miami. Yes, it was a rough one, but we finally did get here after driving down, or flying from Melbourne to LAX, and then we flew from LAX to JFK, and then we drove down from JFK in New York down to Miami. So that was a very long drive. It was about 20 hours, but we got it done.
That's right. Australians are also known to have a lot of spaces and distance between each cities. So we're well accustomed to long drives and everything being really far away from each other. So the idea of a 20-hour drive for us wasn't so bad. However, towards the end, we were very, very fatigued.
And Aaron Ching asks us to come to Singapore Changi. Well, that was actually a place we were back in May. We were in Singapore for about a week, which was really fun. Awesome place, awesome airport to do some plane spotting. Unfortunately, we weren't live streaming at that point, but hopefully we can bring you guys a live stream from Singapore Changi in the future.
That's right. We really hope we can do that. The airport is incredibly diverse. There are a lot of airlines there from all over Asia, lots of Australian airlines, and even United from the USA, which is really cool to see. So lots and lots of diversity, a lot of European airlines as well. The main ones, Swiss, Lufthansa. Finnair also visits Singapore, so it's something that we really would like to share with you guys, and hopefully we can in the not too distant future. Actually, TriStar, so aviation videography is run by my good friend Sam here, and I run my own channel, but for the last 7-8 months we've been doing a lot of spotting trips together and getting a lot of similar footage because we are filming at the same spot. So it is run by two different people, but lately we have been doing a lot of stuff together and collaborating a lot together. Jeff and Mass 1, audio good now. That's wonderful. I'm so glad that we solved a lot of those problems. Audio was giving us a bit of a headache to try and figure out. We've gone through 2 different microphone setups now, just to bring the best quality possible with our voices and also the surrounding sound from the aircraft and the airport itself. So good to hear we've balanced that all out. So we're just waiting for Aviation now to start taxiing to the runway. And we also have that DHL 767-300 freighter from San Jose that is on approach now to runway 09. So we will be filming that in just a minute when it emerges from behind the tree. Oh, correction, we've just looked at flight radar and we can see that a Delta Airlines 737-900 has cut in front of the 767. It's arriving from Detroit as DL1321.
And our next arrival here is going to now be the DHL 767-300 freighter, which we were informed by one of our mods was actually an ex-Qantas 767. So it's been converted from a passenger to a cargo plane now, and it's operated by ABX Air, and it is arriving on runway 9 here today as flight 5232 from San Jose. The DHL livery is another livery that is really distinctive and stands out from the rest.
A very cool thing about Miami as well is there is a lot of color here. We got the yellow DHL, we got the blue KLM, got the red Avianca, so it adds a lot of diversity and keeps everything really interesting.
And TriStar Darren says, great use of 767s. Keep them flying, I say. I could not agree more with that one. And I'm guessing Matt would say the same thing.
Oh, 100% would agree with that.
Definitely would prefer a 787 over a 767 over a 787, sorry. And Phantom Plane says, you can tell that plane was converted. Yes, you can. You can see the old window. And Aaron Ching says he flew to Brisbane on Singapore Airlines on the A350. Well, that is awesome. That is really cool. I think I've flown the 350 to Melbourne once from Changi.
I've flown the A350 a few times. Once actually up to Bangkok from Singapore. So a short flight, but it was a great service.
And MJ Scanlon says the 727 is the only way to go. Well, that is another aircraft I just wish we were able to see here in Miami. I did see one when we did land.
Yes, they do have a couple of them that are not flying at the moment, but they are up towards the northern side of the airport. But that is one aircraft flying, one aircraft that's operating that Miami is missing out on. So we've got the DC-8, we just need the 727. And it'd be a wonderful addition to the rush.
We're really hoping we'll be able to see the DC-10 as well from Santa Cruz at some point on this trip in Miami. It's another tri-jet, an awesome tri-jet to catch if you ever plan to visit Miami. Definitely one to tick off the bucket list.
Definitely. It's a classic Miami catch as well. It's been here for as long as most spotters can remember. And it is unfortunately still sitting in Santa Cruz, and it's been there since before we got here by, I think, half a day. It's been sitting in Santa Cruz since the 17th of July. And looking at the history, it should hopefully arrive either tonight or tomorrow night. So definitely one we would love to tick off that bucket list. So a bit quiet here on the southern side of the airport. We have Avianca that is just about to begin taxiing up to the runway for its departure, which will be shown on the screen there on the bottom middle. And we also have a couple of American Airlines 737s arriving in a couple of minutes. That's wonderful. What an aircraft to work on. The 727 surely is a great plane. And FedEx as well. How long ago was it when they retired those? Now that I didn't know. So the Bolivian cargo DC-10 Sam is actually an ex-FedEx. That's really cool. I didn't know that. Jeannie, hello, welcome to the stream. Good morning from Florida. Everything is well here. I hope everything's well on your end too. So we have a few aircraft starting to line up now, which will be arriving on runway 09. We have next up the American Airlines flight AA932, which is a Boeing 737 MAX 8 from Quito, and that'll be arriving in just a few moments.
And our good friend and mod NJ Scanlon says he believes the last FedEx 727 flight was in 2013. Wow.
Not as long ago as I thought.
And is that an Aero Union A300 freighter next to Avianca?
No.
No, that is not. It's a 76. We did see the Aero Union A300 yesterday, parked up there, which was really cool. Thanks, Wendell from the Philippines, for tuning in. Really appreciate your support, mate, for tuning in yesterday and today on our Miami live streams. And g'day, John. Welcome back to the stream again today, mate. Really appreciate you following along. And Laura Coyle asks, when will our next live stream be? Well, this will be our last Miami live stream here, unfortunately, but we will be streaming once again when we're back in Melbourne in Australia, and we will announce it when we plan to do the stream. We will keep you guys updated, and we will also be opening a forum for a poll to let our viewers decide where some of our future live streams will be. So we'll open a poll for our members, exclusive memberships, and our members can vote and decide where they would like us to stream next, or some of our future streams at least.
So our next stream will be in Australia. However, the city is undecided right at the moment. We'll be leaving that to our channel members to decide for us, and we will go with the majority.
And this is American Airlines 1831 arriving in from Bridgetown at Boeing 737-800. Indeed, TriStar Darren, I do love watching the old jets and some of the videos you can find on YouTube, especially of some of the MD-11 takeoffs with such a steep climb. They sure did have a very impressive climb out. And our next arrival will be another Spirit Airlines Airbus A319 arriving in from San Juan, sorry. Correction, and it is flight 3147. And we should hopefully see Turkish take off soon, and Avianca Cargo is taxiing now. And we also should see a very special livery today. It is the LL Boeing 787 wearing the retro livery off to Tel Aviv. It'll be flight 18. However, in the meantime, we still have some more planes to see before we see those, including this Avianca Cargo Airbus A330 freighter. It's a 200 series. It is flying out as flight 4055. And it is flying to Curitiba. And Larry asks, have there been any A380s lately? We did see the British Airways A380 last night, which was really cool to see. And we have Chad from Atlanta. Good morning, guys. Just found the channel. Great job. If you're looking for an airport to keep you busy, you can always come up to Atlanta. That is definitely a place we'd love to check out at some point. Atlanta. I'd like to thank you for watching the stream, Chad. Really appreciate it, mate. And MJ Scanlon, no worries, mate. Catch you soon. Thanks for watching. And there is the Avianca Cargo A330 200 freighter holding short of runway 9er as an American Airlines 737 from the port of Spain touches down on runway 9er. So we should see both Turkish flight 158 to Istanbul. Hopefully we can see that take off here on runway 9er, along with the LL Airlines Boeing 787-9 wearing the retro livery, which will definitely be a cool one to watch and see. Now it looks like the Avianca Cargo 330 is holding short for the Volaris A320, arriving in from Guadalajara as flight 996. And then hopefully we should see the Avianca Cargo 330 do a turn and burn on runway 9er for us. And Michael and yeah, yes, this is a different channel from the previous Miami live streams. And just to clarify, we are not based in Miami, so we will not be bringing you frequent Miami live streams. However, we will be bringing you frequent worldwide live streams from various locations around the world, which our members of the channel will have an exclusive poll in which they can vote to have their say on where we stream. And as you can see there, pushing back is an Atlas Boeing 747-400 freighter. We should see that come up here to runway 90. It's going to be an awesome takeoff. Going to love the sound of that. And sorry if our pronunciation on some of the destinations are wrong. We do apologise. And Jeff asks, how about we stream at an airport where no streamer has been before? Well, that will happen at some point, very soon when we get there. We just thought Miami would be a great one to start off with. And here is the Volaris Airbus A320 arriving in from Guadalajara. And it looks like Avianca is going to wait for American Airlines Flight 2386 arriving in from Dallas Fort Worth in Texas. It's an Airbus A321-200. So just to give you guys a quick update, it's currently 11:40 a.m. here in the south of Florida in Miami. Currently 32 degrees Celsius. Or 89 degrees Fahrenheit. My name is Sam, and I'm joined here with Matt.
Hello, everyone.
And we're doing some plane spotting here in Miami.
So we're just waiting again for the American Airbus A321 to emerge from behind the tree, and then we will be filming that landing. So it appears that Avianca Cargo is still holding short of runway 9. We've also got a few other freight airlines that are now taxing up to be taking off on runway 09 after the Avianca A330 cargo. So we have the Atlas 747-400 freighter, and also that's just taxied around from the back there. We have a DHL 757-200. I believe this is the passenger converted freighter that has been flying around Miami for the last few days that we've been here on a very regular basis. So arriving onto short finals now on runway 09 is a Aeromexico Boeing 737-800 arriving directly from Mexico City. Following closely behind that is a Copa Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 from Panama City, Central America. It's a wonderful place. One I'd love to check out but haven't quite yet.
Definitely can agree on that one. A couple cities and countries in South America in which I want to visit, and can agree that Matt would say the same thing. Buenos Aires is definitely at the top of my list, followed by Sao Paulo and Bogota.
So the Avianca Cargo, I believe, will still be holding for the next two arrivals, as there's not too much space in between them. So after those arrivals, we may see its departure. If not, we'll be waiting for a couple more.
And here is the Aeromexico flight arriving in from Mexico City. And that is right, John. Day 2 of Avianca getting neglected. I remember seeing this same situation yesterday where it waited quite a while before it could take off. And that Atlas Air 747-400 cargo that you can see on the screen is flight 8050 to Sao Paulo in Brazil. I love the chrome tips on the engines of that 747. And just popping into view now is Copa Airlines Flight 226 arriving in from Panama City. It's a Boeing 737 MAX 9. Do enjoy this landing. Now it looks like we do have quite a large break here between the landings, so we should be able to see Avianca and Atlas Air take off.
So taxiing up for a runway 09 departure as well, joining the three freighters is the Turkish Airlines Boeing 7879 direct to Istanbul. Should be a nice takeoff. Always good to see more takeoffs down here on runway 9.
So we've really got some really nice heavies here with us now. We've got the Avianca Cargo Airbus A330-200 freighter holding short of runway 9er. And on the left of that is the Atlas Air 747-400 freighter, which I think is going to taxi onto runway 9er before the Avianca, so that is cut ahead and cut in front. Hopefully we get a nice turn and burn. Listen to those engines. And that is right, Robbie G, move over. The Queen is going. And that right there, just lifting out of runway 9 right now, is Atlas Air Flight 8050. It's a Boeing 747-400 freighter off to Sao Paulo in Brazil. And the Avianca Cargo Airbus A330-200 is just lined up on runway 9er. And lining up on runway 9 now, straight after, is the Turkish Airlines Boeing 787 off to Istanbul. This is flight TK158. It's a Boeing 787-9. Well, that was great to see. We just had quite a nice rush of heavy takeoffs here. And yes, long live the 757, the DHL 757 holding short here. Great to see we have 433 people watching the stream. To each and every one of you, we say a big thank you for tuning in to the stream today. We really appreciate everyone's support. It's great to have so many people from yesterday's stream watching the stream again today, and having new people tuning into the stream as well. So on approach right now, as you can see, is LAN Cargo Boeing 767 from Bogota as flight 2538. So that was great to see, another classic 7.6, and just popping out from what I can see is another Atlas Air 747-8 wearing what is the, it's just got the Atlas Air writing, nothing else. Does not have the globe on the tail, so definitely a cool one to catch and watch. We're still waiting for DHL to take off. It's still taking its time, but as you can see, there is the Atlas Air 747-8 that should be coming to us at Runway 9 for a departure. That would be really cool to see. Another queen of the skies for us to watch. So just a quick update, guys, to everyone who's watching the stream. It's currently 11:57 a.m. here in the south of Florida in Miami. It's currently 89 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 degrees Celsius. Just waiting for a couple aircraft. So we watch the Atlas Air 747-8 shortly taxi out to us here at Runway 9er. And we have the DHL 757-200 freighter currently holding short of Runway 9er. As on approach right now, we have the Aviation Airlines flight 38, which is an Airbus A320 arriving in from Cali. That's going to be landing shortly here on Runway 9er. And here it is. The DHL 757 is currently waiting for the Avianca Airbus A320 arriving in from Cali. And I think the DHL 757 will continue to hold short for the American Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 8 flight 658 arriving shortly on Runway 9 as well. And there is the Atlas Air 747-8 freighter taxiing out to runway 9er. We're still waiting for the DHL to line up, but that sure is a good looking queen. And this Atlas Air flight 45 is off to Campinas. We're still waiting for DHL to line up. We cannot see it on Flight Radar 24 yet, so I don't have a destination. And the landing lights are on for the DHL, and that is lining up right now on runway 9er. So we should see, hopefully, a nice turn and burn for this 757. And we do hope you enjoy the sound of this takeoff and this spool. And here comes the Queen, the Atlas Air 747-8, lining up on runway 9er here today. And that DHL 757 that just took off earlier has just shown up on Flight Radar as flight 2245 off to Bogota. That was the DHL 757-200 freighter, and the Atlas Air 747-8 that we just saw take off is off to Campinas, and that was a 747-8.
Jeff in Mass 1, that is correct. The top of the 747 do have seats for the crew, and it tends to be pretty decent, much more spacious than flying in that of the economy class. So I hope everybody's watching and enjoying the stream. It's now just after midday at 12:06 p.m. We should see the retro ELAL Boeing 787 departing very soon. So do stay tuned for that. Great to see the retro special livery here in Miami. One of the coolest aircraft in the LL fleet. So great to actually be able to catch that. Alfredo, yes, we are really happy and glad that we got to spend an extra day here in Miami filming some more aircraft on runway 9. So arriving on the south side on runway 09 is American Airlines flight AA2873. This is a Boeing 737 MAX 8 from Guayaquil. So this 737 MAX appears to have departed about 2.5 hours ago and is arriving back into Miami. So as you can see on the screen here, this is the landing. Currently unsure of why it has come back, but if anybody knows, do mention it in the chat. M1ZTY, any chance of a Denver international video at some point? Actually, Denver Airport is going to be featured as a member-only airport. We're going to be doing some 1-hour videos from Denver. However, only for members of the channel. We also will be looking at live streaming in Denver, maybe early next year, when we do come back to the United States for a much longer stay. John, you are absolutely right. Denver is a distant airport. It's very hard to get good views up close. Having been there and filming around there, it was incredibly challenging. However, we do have the equipment and the zoom to be able to pull off some good shots from the parking garage and also from the surrounding fields. So we should get some very nice stuff, even some centerline. I do know of a spot for a few of the runways that will give a nice elevated view of the center of the runway.
And our next arrival on the south here is a special livery with an American Airlines Airbus A321 arriving in from Dallas. It's flight 1299. It has the stand up for cancel livery. So this is a special livery to watch out for.
So we're just waiting for this American Airlines to emerge from behind the tree. For those who are just tuning in, there is a tree that blocks the, most of the approach path from where we're filming. Unfortunately, there's no real work around it, unless you want to stand on the train tracks, which is just in front of us, and setting up our stream equipment there would not be safe, and I don't think the authorities would really appreciate that either. So we can only get the last minute or so of the arrival, which is plenty, but we do miss out on seeing it from a distance. So as Sam just said, the next arrival is a special livery. We can also see some emergency vehicles down where the 737 MAX had just landed.
And here is the special livery on the A321. And no worries, Phantom Planes, we will catch you soon. Thanks for tuning in on the stream. We really appreciate your support, mate. Awesome stuff. And wasn't that just an awesome livery to look at? And unfortunately, it looks like we have lost the LL Retro Livery 787. I think we will just triple check that. We'll find out if it is coming our way or not. It still may be. But before that, we will have an ABX Air Boeing 767-300 freighter in an awesome ABX Air livery, and that is off to Panama City as flight 901. And it looks like we should still get the LL 787-9 Dreamliner wearing the retro livery, which is operating as flight 18 to Tel Aviv. So this is going to be an awesome one to watch. And but before that, we have an arrival here on runway 9er. The next arrival is American Eagle flight 3858, which is operated by Envoy Air. It is an Embraer E175LR, arriving in from Tallahassee. And following that, we have a very special aircraft. It's an Airbus A300-600 freighter arriving in from San Jose. It is Aero Union flight 4070. So stay tuned for another Airbus classic coming up. We also have that ABX Air 76-300 freighter taxiing out to runway 9 right now. So we're about to get a nice rush. And indeed, it is new paint. It is a new paint job on this ABX Air. Gives it a retro look. That is right, Jeff. It is the LL retro livery on the 787, not the regular one. And we just had one of our mods tell us that this ABX Air 763 is also a former Qantas 767, so it's awesome to see that they lived on and didn't go straight to the graveyard. And hopefully we get a turn and burn here with this 76. And it looks like we will. That was an awesome takeoff, and as you can see just here we have the LL 787 Dreamliner wearing the retro livery as LL flight 18, and that is off to Tel Aviv. And that is quite a long flight, 10,000 kilometers. And the LL 787 Dreamliner is lining up right now on runway 9er as flight 18 to Tel Aviv. This is wearing the awesome retro livery. And after this departure we have a very special arrival, a classic Airbus, an Airbus A300 freighter operated by Aero Union. And our next arrival here on runway 9er is the very special and the classic Airbus A300 600 freighter operated by Aero Union. And this is arriving in from San Jose. So awesome to see one of those classic Airbus A300s still flying around, and closely behind it, following, is a DHL Boeing 777-200 freighter in the hybrid Southern Air livery, and this is also operated by Atlas Air, and this is flight 786 arriving in from Anchorage. And the spotting doesn't stop there, as we have also another nice set of arrivals still coming in. Next up, we have an I-Era Airways Boeing 737-400, flight 553, arriving in from Varadero. I'm guessing that's how you say it. Sorry for my bad pronunciation. Unfortunately, I don't think LL is flying the 777-200ER. I will check on that though. And yes, that sure was a beauty. M1ZTY, appreciate that, mate. And MJ Scanlon, Aero Union Airbus, was an ex-American Airlines. Wow, that's pretty awesome. So I just want to say a big thanks to the 365 people watching the video right now, and everyone who was able to tune in earlier and who tuned in to yesterday's stream. And anyone new who is watching today, I want to thank you for watching the stream. My name is Sam. I'm joined here with Matt.
Hello.
And we're doing some plane spotting here in Miami. And here is the 737 arriving in. And just bear with us here, guys. We're just moving this setup just a bit as the sun has now rotated since we started the stream, and it's now glaring right onto the equipment. And the next arrival here on the south is Estafeta flight 615 from Cancun. It's another Boeing 737-400. This one is a freighter, so it's an awesome one to see.
So you're just going to have to bear with us momentarily as we rearrange some of the equipment so that we can protect it from the sun.
Hey mate.
Hello.
How do you connect it to the computer?
We got a cord for
Yeah.
HDMI.
But it's easy to download it or to see the when you take a picture to the camera?
Yeah, it's a live feed, so it comes straight through.
It is a app because I got a Mac Pro.
Yeah.
But I want to hook it up like when I take picture like full picture and I can see on the camera. What is the best app to download it?
That I don't know. We don't do pictures.
No?
No, we do
Video?
We do videos. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. For you guys or company?
For us.
Nice. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, man. Thank
Take
you.
care.
Easy. Good luck finding the app.
Huh?
Good luck finding the right app.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You'll find something.
Yeah, I will. Thanks.
Jackalis, thank you. I'm so glad you stream. Johannesburg is actually an airport that we are wanting to visit and going to try and make happen at some point in time. We are very excited to make that all work. So you will have to just give us a minute on the camera. We're just changing around the shade for our equipment, as if it gets too hot the laptop will start to lag, and we definitely do not want that. So we do want to thank everybody for joining the stream and continuing to support our channel and bringing you some more live content from around the world. Hello Edge Gaming, welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here, we're glad to have you. That's wonderful. I hope you're enjoying that. The how is the quality on the TV? Our mod MJ Scalone, yes, heat is terrible for the electronics, absolutely terrible. But we are making sure that we are keeping the electronics as cool as possible, even in the incredibly hot Floridan sun. And we're just making sure that we don't obstruct the view, because we have some umbrellas for shade. And we think we've got it. We think we've set it all up to how it should be. Perfect. Yep. Excellent. All right. We're back in business. So sorry about that. We're just trying to work with the sun as it does continue to move over our heads and more inch closer towards all the electronics. So next up we have a Southwest Airlines Boeing 737-800. That's arriving from Atlanta. And we'll be seeing that on the southern side of the airport very, very shortly. So yeah, it is quite hot here in Miami right now. It is 89 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 31 degrees Celsius. So very, very hot. And it is essential to keep the gear and the electronics cool for the best possible quality on the stream, because we do not want any lagging or anything to be too blurry. So just waiting on that Southwest to be to emerge from behind the tree, and then we will showcase that on screen. The wind is also picking up, so we might get some landings that have wind shear present in them. So it could open up for some interesting video opportunities.
And here is the Southwest 737-800 arriving in from Atlanta. Just like to say a big thanks to everyone who is tuning in and watching the stream. If you'd like to become a member of the channel, you will have the exclusive perk of deciding on a poll and having your vote of where you would like us to live stream next from anywhere around the world for our future streams.
Also very cool to see on screen is both the Aero Union 767-200 freighter and the A300 freighter parked right next to each other. So great to see that.
And the next arrival here on the south is American Eagle Flight 3557, operated by Envoy Air, sorry. It's an Embraer E175LR. And that is right, MJ. It is a lot cooler back home. I was speaking to my friend yesterday and he said it's about 1 degree Celsius, so compared to what it is here in Miami, it is a lot cooler. And Edge Gaming asks, what is your go-to airline when you want to fly? Probably just because of where we live, Qantas is just a lot easier to get around. I mean, I'd probably say American Airlines if I lived in the US, or British Airways if I lived in the UK. So I'd definitely say Qantas would be my go-to airline personally when I'm traveling around Australia. So it was a really nice landing. We've got a nice cool breeze now, which is really nice. And it is a quiet period, I should say now. Not too many landings on the horizon. Actually becomes very quiet. Phantom planes. What about Virgin Australia? Yes, they are good. However, unfortunately, since COVID, they did shrink their airline. They got rid of a lot of aircraft, such as their A330s and 777s. So I would like to fly those between the US and Australia on the 777. That would have been a great choice. However, now with those now ceased operations, Qantas is the only Australian airline that operates between Australia and the US. And Jeff asks, what do you think of Rex partnering with Delta? Well, it's pretty interesting because Delta was partnered with Virgin Australia, and then Virgin decided to cease that partnership and go with United. So it seems like they're sticking to the Star Alliance members, from what I can tell, as they're also partnered with Singapore Airlines and Thai Airways. So it looks like Delta still wanted some form of the market in Australia, and since they could not choose Virgin or Qantas, they had to go with the next best, which was Rex, which is an upcoming airline in Australia, which recently acquired some Boeing 737s, which they have used on the domestic market within Australia.
Rex has always been, in the name, Regional Express, so it's been mostly for the smaller airports around Australia and doing the rural routes, like Melbourne to Albury, Melbourne to Mildura, Sydney to Wagga Wagga, like some very different sort of routes that you wouldn't expect to see on the mainline airlines. However, they, as my co-host said, Sam, they have acquired some 737-800s, and they've been using those on the big city hops, so Melbourne-Brisbane, Melbourne-Sydney, Sydney-Brisbane, and all the big routes like that. M1ZTY asks, what do you think about United Airlines? Personally, I've never had a bad experience on United Airlines. They've always been good for me. I've flown with them a lot around San Francisco to all parts of the US, because I was living in San Francisco for about a year. So I flew them a lot, never had a bad experience, but I have heard some horror stories online.
I can agree with that one. I've not had a bad experience. They were really good. Haven't flown them that many times though, only about 3 or 4 times, but out of all those times they've been great. And MJ says he recently flew Air Canada to Greece and United back. So Air Canada was a recent airline I flew, and Matt flew as well, probably 2.5 weeks ago, from Vancouver to Sydney on the Boeing 787. Now that was probably one of my best flights I've ever taken in business class. It was an awesome flight, and the service was tremendous.
So we are still waiting for some action here on the southern end of the airport. It is a quiet period here in Miami, but we do have our next arrival, which will be coming in about 5 minutes or so, which is an American Airlines 737-800 from Montego Bay, which is Jamaica. So since the pandemic, Miami has been a lot quieter and has a lot of periods where there are no movements on some sides of the airport, and that is just what it sort of is at the moment, plane spotting post-COVID. Sluji, in terms of 747s, there may be a couple a little bit later on. Atlas Air tend to just pop up here and there out of nowhere from South America, and also from places like Cincinnati, and you can also get some China Airlines and Cathay Pacific flying down from Atlanta. So at the moment there's nothing on the horizon, and in terms of takeoffs, I'm not too sure if there is anything going. There is actually a Lufthansa 747-8 that will be arriving in about 2 hours time, which would be more towards the end of the stream, but do stay tuned for that. Miss Wolves 13 says she loves the heavies. Yes, there have been some really good ones today. We've really enjoyed some of the classic ones, like the Aero Union A300. We do apologize for the lack of movements. There really is just nothing happening on the south side at the moment. But that will pick up again very shortly when the planes all start lining up to land. Connor Skidmore says, hello from the UK. I love Miami. I visited back in 2016. Would love to come back. Definitely, Connor, you should visit the airport again. It's gotten far better for spotting, and just the city itself is always one to visit. It's very vibrant and lots to do here. Lots of Cuban food as well, which is absolutely delicious. So would recommend coming back as soon as possible. Amit Gupta asks if we will see the Emirates 777 depart. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing that depart on this stream. It's going to be leaving at about 9 p.m. So we'll be wrapping up the stream in about 2 hours' time. We will be attempting to do a live stream on my channel, which is HD Melbourne Aviation, and we may actually see the Emirates 777 departure on that, as we intend to do a night stream on there. So more on that will be found on my channel, HD Melbourne Aviation. In the meantime, we are here on Sam's channel, Aviation Videography, and we are here just after midday, just after lunchtime, here at Miami. Amit Gupta asks if there's any more 747s. Yes, there is. There is a Lufthansa 747-8 from Frankfurt that's coming in about 2 hours' time towards the end of the stream. And Sluji is right. Yes, there is the Martinair 747, or I think today it was operated by KLM, which will be departing shortly. I think it departs at about 1:30. So in 40 minutes' time. Yes, unfortunately the two American 777s are going to runway 08 left. So quite frustrating, but generally a lot of the things coming from the north direction of the airport, particularly when they're passenger flights, will use 08 right or left. As it's, especially American, it's a much quicker taxi back to their gates. So we do now have an arrival on the south side, which is the American 737 from Montego Bay. It's flight AA2300, and it is a 737-800.
So this stream will end in about 2 hours' time. Michael? And to everyone tuning in, welcome to Miami Airport. And as you can see on the screen, we have the Aero Airways flight 400 off to San Juan. It's a Boeing 737-300. We do apologise for the lack of action over the last 10 minutes or so. It hasn't been too busy here in Miami. And Jack Ellis asks, what time will we be streaming until today? So we've got about 2 hours left of the stream. We'll be stopping the stream in about 2 hours' time. And arriving here on runway 9 is American Airlines flight 3959 from Tampa. It's an E175 LR. And the Aero Airways Boeing 737 is lining up on runway 9 as we speak. Hopefully we can get a nice turn and burn and send it. And Miss Wolves asks, do you lads know where you are off to next? Well, we're actually going to go back home to Melbourne for a month or so. We'll do some streams within Australia. And then a month's time from now, we will be off to Europe, hopefully, for about 3.5 weeks. We're also going to head to the US, so bring you a lot more streams. And arriving on runway 9, we have a Boeing 787 that is not on flight radar for us to see, but it is an Avianca Boeing 787. And that is arriving in from Bogota as flight 126. And just turned on to right base is American Airlines flight 3699, operated by Envoy Air. It's an E175LR.
For those who have tuned into our stream today for a long period of time, and also our stream yesterday afternoon, will know that the American Airlines Embraer 175LR and also the 737 MAX and 800 NG are some of the most common planes here in Miami, particularly on the southern side of the airport. There is an abundance of them, and they make up probably about 60% of the movements, I would say, for the arrivals. Like, quite a lot of them to see here. One of the main perks of that is that you are able to see, or able to get a really good chance of seeing some of the special liveries that American Airlines has for their 737-800s. Like yesterday afternoon, we were lucky enough to get some really cool ones, like the TWA livery, I think it was the AirCal livery. So it was great to see some of those and have the opportunity to film those world-renowned special liveries. So we're now just waiting for the American Airlines to emerge from behind that tree for us to film it for you. But we do have a LAN 767 cargo, which is now pushing back. And we can see the tail starting to peek out from behind the freight apron. This is the old livery, the LAN Chile livery. Quite an iconic livery for me personally. And I think Sam would agree.
Yes, definitely. I love this livery. Really does stand out. It's a stunning livery in golden hour, that is for sure, and especially on a classic aircraft like the 76. So for anyone just tuning in and joining us here in Miami, it is currently 89 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 degrees Celsius, and it's 13:04 or 1:04 p.m. We've got about 2 hours left of the stream to go. So we've got so many cool planes to see and watch and spot.
We do apologize again. It is another dull patch, and just in terms of traffic, we haven't seen Miami as dull as this since we've gotten here. This is a bit of a surprise. Usually at 1 o'clock there'd be a lot of freighters coming in, particularly from South America. We'd see Land Chile sending in some 767s. We just saw the Avianca 787, so that was still here today. But there tends to be a lot more flights, so I'm unsure why today is so much quieter than we are used to. But we do have the LATAM cargo or land cargo 767 300 freighter, which is going to be taking off to Medellin as L7 1835, which is on screen now and pushed back. So the 747, we're going to have 2 747 departures in about an hour's time. So that's something that I think we're all counting down for, because that's going to be wonderful. We're going to have the KLM 747, which is going to depart to Guatemala City. And we're going to have the Atlas Air 747 departing to Campinas. So do stay tuned for those. Until then, we will catch whatever we can. John asks, will you guys be going to SeaTac in the future? It's definitely on our list of places to research. I know that there is a wonderful spot right by the water silo, and I had the pleasure of spotting there for an entire morning a couple years ago from that spot. We sure do hope that we are able to stream at that spot, but we'll just have to check with local authorities to make sure that they are okay with what we're doing so that we don't have any issues. So again, not really much traffic here at the moment. The only movement we have down our end is happening right in front of the camera. The Land 767, the tug has now driven away. So all it's got left to do now is to start taxiing down the runway. American boy, welcome back. Good to have you back in the stream and to see what's going on at Miami currently. I just want to take this moment while everything is quiet to thank everybody for their support and for watching the stream and saying positive things in the chat, and it really is making this a very enjoyable experience.
Everyone's support, including becoming a member or super chats, really does help us personally to bring you these live streams from various locations around the world, from locations that we can't just drive to or get in our car to bring you this plane spotting. So obviously we did travel from another country, and it is good fun to bring you this live plane spotting from various locations around the world. So we really do appreciate everyone's support, the likes, the views, even if you just become a new subscriber of the channel. It really does mean a lot. So we're already up to 263 likes, which is really, really good to see, and we really appreciate everyone's support with that. 272 likes now, that's great. We love the support. Thank you, American Boy, for joining several times. Thank you, Lucy. Great to see you still watching the stream. So we have this land cargo 76300 freighter lining up now on runway 9er. And M1ZTY, yes, we will be going to Hong Kong in the future. Hong Kong is definitely one of my favourite places worldwide to visit. I used to visit there quite often actually, prior to COVID and prior to the Hong Kong government increasing their travel restrictions. So when they do decrease their restrictions, I will be going to Hong Kong as soon as I can. So we will try bring you a stream there if we can. And John asks, what location would you guys say has the prettiest sunrise or sets? That's a hard one.
I really do think everywhere has its own kind of beauty when it comes to sunrise and sunset. Like, for example, in Australia, if you're in the outback, it's beautiful to watch the sun come over the desert sand, but it's a different beauty to watching the sunrise or sunset on a tropical island like New Caledonia or Fiji. They're both beautiful in their own way.
I tend to definitely agree with that statement. Loving the land livery, yes, I can agree with that. It is an awesome livery. And that right there was American Airlines 2494. It's a Boeing 737-800 arriving in from Cancun. And following just behind that is a United Airlines Boeing 737-900 flight 2217 arriving in from Houston, Texas. Thank you to our mods that are helping us keep the chat G rated. We appreciate all of your help.
So we're just waiting for that United to emerge from behind the tree. It should only be another moment, as it was following that American flight quite closely.
And a big thanks to American Boy, who just subbed. Really appreciate your support, mate. And a big thanks to Edge Gaming, who also just subbed. Really appreciate the support, guys. The support really goes a long way into helping us bring you these live streams from various locations around the world, as we are not bringing you a live stream from where we live. So it's a lot harder to move around with equipment like this and plan things when you're going to airports you're not 100% familiar with, as you don't live there. So we really do appreciate the support. Thank you, Jack Ellis, for subscribing as well, mate. We really appreciate that. It really does go a long way into helping us, as I said, bring you these streams from around the world.
Subscriber only mode. Let us just have a quick look on how to do that. I didn't even know that was a thing, as unprofessional as that sounds. We are very new to this live streaming, and we are learning things every time we do another one. So it is another regrettably quiet period on the southern side of the airport. Unfortunately, like the previous 3 days that we've been filming here in Miami, we have not experienced the south side being as quiet as this for such a long time. For the last hour or so, it's been very hit and miss, and we're a little bit surprised, to be completely honest. So at the moment we have no movement down here on the southern end of the airport, but we do have a LATAM cargo, which is coming in about 5 minutes or so. That should be our next arrival on the southern side of the airport. It's a 767-300ER. It's a converted freighter, and it is also wearing the new LATAM livery. Our mod MJ Scalone says, could be the Thursday slowdown blues. Yes, definitely could be. It would explain a lot at the moment. Alexander asks, can't we stream in HD yet? Well, we actually do have it set for HD, so the fact that it's coming out as 720p is something that we do need to look into, as that is possibly an error on our program's end. But we also may have some issues. It also could be our internet, which is the problem for the HD not going through. Because we aren't able to get certain data plans here in the US, as we are not US citizens, we are limited to what we can actually get in terms of speed and quantity. So that may also be limiting the final result of the stream. Yes, only 9 kilometers away for Latam. So it is getting closer. We should see it in only a couple of minutes as it will start making a right turn towards the airport. So on screen now we do have Avianca Cargo, which has been sitting there for a number of hours now. It's got all of its doors open, and it appears that they are still loading it up, getting it ready for whichever destination that they choose to send it on. Yes, very quiet time here in Miami. And for the last hour, it has been that way. It's been quite patchy. There'd be a couple of arrivals and then nothing for a while. And that is unfortunately the way a lot of airports are right now. Especially due to the downturn in travel, which is really starting to rebound, which is wonderful to see. But it is still not quite there yet to what it was back in 2019. And due to this, there are some periods where it is a little bit slow for traffic, particularly in low yielding periods, and those tend to be in the middle of the day.
And just turned on to right base is that Latam Cargo Boeing 767-300 freighter flight 2528 arriving in from Bogota. Won't be too long now till we see it.
Edge Gaming, we are choosing the mods as we go along. However, we think that we have plenty of mods for the time being, but do stick around as we will be upgrading people who are interested in the near future. The planes are definitely resting, American boy. They are not wanting to move at all, but we do have something coming in very soon, so do stay tuned for that. Jeff and Mass 1 says, in the US they are called banks. Morning, midday, and evening. Interesting. I will definitely keep that in mind. In Australia we just call it lulls, which means a quiet, dull period. Our mod, MJ Scalone, says, should pick up in the next 30 minutes or so. Copa, Avianca, and a couple of American on the way. Yes, it is going to get a lot better because right now there is absolutely nothing going on. But we have some wonderful people in the chat here that is keeping the stream going, and we are enjoying having a chat too. So American boy, we use Flight Radar 24. However, I do switch it out for Plane Finder, which is another app on the iPhone and I believe for Android. And sometimes it will pick up some things that Flight Radar doesn't. So I have that just on in the background too. So the Latam 767 is here now. We just got to wait for it to emerge from behind the tree, and we will have that on the stream for you to watch the arrival. So the clouds are certainly helping with the temperature out here. It is a lot cooler than it was about 20 minutes ago. So we're definitely embracing that and hope that stays around. So just waiting for it to emerge from behind the tree. Oh, there it is. So we have our next bank of arrivals coming up very shortly. We have an American Airlines Airbus A319-100 arriving direct from New Orleans. Following that is an American Eagle flight from Birmingham. We have from the south, Copa Airlines from Panama City. And we also have an Avianca Airbus A320neo arriving from Managua. So do stay tuned for that. It does get a lot busier, but at the moment it is still quite dull. Still not too much traffic happening here on the southern side of the airport. But because of that, it can only get better. So down the very end here we have that LATAM that just landed, the 767 freighter, back taxiing towards its freight apron. So there is a lot of heat haze, and that is due to the very high temperature here in Miami. It is currently 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 32 degrees Celsius. So it is stifling hot. However, that's not going to deter us from watching some planes landing this afternoon here at Miami.
And there it is. Back taxiing back to its respectful gate. Clouds have disappeared, so it is quite hot again here now, unfortunately. But what do you do?
So we do have the American Airlines Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner from Madrid, and it is going to be landing on the southern side of the airport. It's tracking south and currently flying parallel to the airport downwind. And yes, we do have some action coming up in the next couple of minutes. The quiet period seems to be coming to an end, which is wonderful and very welcomed by Sam and I. So on approach, we do have that American Airlines Airbus A319-100 from New Orleans. It's flight AA2105. So that will appear from behind the tree in just a couple of minutes. So stay tuned for that. And then we have a couple of things lined up now for the south. So there's going to be some much needed and very welcomed action, I think.
Indeed, it is humid heat. So we have a lot of the equipment here that we're trying to save from the heat and the direct sunlight, but we are struggling to get everything protected. So we do apologise, but stay tuned as we do have some aircraft on approach. And as Matt said earlier, the next aircraft to arrive in is American Airlines Flight 2105. It's an Airbus A319-100 arriving in from New Orleans. And the next arrival following that one is American Airlines Flight 9858 arriving in from Birmingham. It's an Embraer E175 LR. So we have seen quite a couple of those today, but it is spotting. $196 people viewing the stream, really cool to see. Appreciate everyone coming along and doing some plane spotting here in Miami. And with that, our next arrival is Copa Airlines Flight 334 from Panama City. It's a Boeing 737-800. And next, calling all lovers of a heavy, we have an American Airlines 787 on final for Runway 9er arriving in from Madrid as American Airlines Flight 69. Just waiting for it to pop out from behind the tree. The 787-9 Dreamliner. Well, I appreciate everyone's support for tuning into the stream. Now that we've actually got some action on the south end of the airport. And here it is. Jez R joining the stream. Thanks for watching. And our next aircraft on approach is a Neo. It's Avianca flight 396, Airbus A320 Neo.
Like usual, we are just waiting for the aircraft to emerge from behind the trees. Should be only a couple seconds now, as it is at quite a low altitude. Good to finally see a little bit of action here on the south side of the airport, as for the last hour it has been incredibly patchy. There's been a lot of moments where it's been very hit and miss. It's been either lots of stuff happening or absolutely nothing at all. Here we are with the Avianca A320 Neo.
G'day Jez R, nice to meet you. Thanks for joining in on the stream this afternoon in Miami. So Sloogy asks, how many A380s have routes to Miami? Well mate, the only airline that operates it is British Airways, and they only operate it on the one route, obviously, from London Heathrow to Miami.
However, with the delays on the 777X and Lufthansa, due to this, deciding to bring their Airbus A350 or A380 fleet back, we may see that we may see them also bring them back to Miami, because previous to COVID, they were flying that on their direct Frankfurt to Miami route. It was a daily service, so it'd be great to see two A380s here in Miami. Arriving next, we have an American Eagle flight, flight AA4050, and that is arriving from Asheville as an Embraer E175 LR. No, surprisingly, there's not too many A380s here. The thing that Miami really excels at is freight. There's a lot of different freighters here, particularly from South America, which is great to see. And it is quite a unique airport in the US because of this. Like this, Miami is the only place, I believe, in the US that you'll be able to catch Strat Air, NAC Cargo 767. I know that they also have operations up in the very north of the US in Alaska, but I don't believe they have 767 operations up there. You'll also be able to catch TAM with their 767s also here.
And just quickly, here is the Envoy Air, or American Eagle, E175. And Slugy also says it's so sad to see so many airlines retiring the A380. I definitely agree with that one. I was very happy when I saw Qantas was bringing back some of their A380s. It was a really good choice in my opinion. So they're bringing back 10 out of 12 that they had.
We hope to see a few more airlines bring back their A380s. We know that Air France are definitely gone. We know that Etihad are considering it, last I heard. And I also have faith that Thai will bring back some of their A380s when Japan opens their borders and lowers some of their more harsh travel restrictions on tourism and foreigners. However, that's just my opinion. It's not a confirmed statement. At the moment, Thai Airways have expressed that they do not think they're going to bring the A380 back, but I think there's always a chance. So arriving next, we have another American Airlines Embraer E175LR. This one is arriving from Georgetown as flight AA4235.
And following that, we have American Airlines flight 1558 arriving in from Lima. It's a Airbus A321 Neo. G'day, Piotr. Appreciate you tuning in from Warsaw in Poland. Great to see. And Phantom Planes thinks the Thai Airways 380 won't come back. I hope it does. You might be right. We'll have to wait and see. But I did see they were currently bringing back some A330s and 777-200s out of storage, which is a good sign that the market is picking up for them. And I feel like for a lot of airlines, the market picked up rather faster than they expected. I mean, look at Qantas. They said they were going to have their A380s in the desert until the end of 2023 at least, but they brought them back at the start of 2022. And myself and Matt actually flew on the first commercial service back after they were stored. It was from Sydney to LAX on QF11 on the 11th of January. And here is the Airbus A321neo arriving in from Lima. Thank you so much for everyone's support, all 170 people watching right now. It's great to see. We really do appreciate all the support that we can get to help us bring you live streams from pretty much anywhere around the world, which our members will have access to polls. So we really do appreciate everyone's support on this live stream today. And just going off that, guys, if you would like to become a member today and help the aviation videography team provide you with live streams from various locations around the world, you will have access to the exclusive polls where you can vote and let us know whereabouts you want us to stream. Quite literally, we will go where you want. So become a member today and have your say on where you'd like us to stream next.
So we're just waiting for the next arrival now, and we will expect to see a couple of oh no, not American. We're going to see just a 737-800 American, and then after that is another Avianca A320neo. So that flight was from Charlotte as AA1675. An hour 40 flight time, so not too long. It would be quite an enjoyable flight. Next up we have the Avianca Airbus A320neo, flight number AV536. This is coming from San Pedro Sula, and that is another 1 hour 50, so it's around the same sort of time frame as the Charlotte flight. So another very enjoyable flight. You would climb, relax for maybe an hour, and then you would start your descent. So it'd be a very nice experience. The 747 takeoff Edge Gaming is going to be in about 20 minutes. We have the KLM 747, which will be departing to Guatemala City. So that would be definitely a wonderful highlight for the stream, and it should depart right here on runway 09.
And hello again, American boy. Great to see you watching the stream again. Sorry about that, guys. We just had some locals come up to us just then, so we just had to say a quick hello. And yes, it was pretty cool when BA sent their 380s here. So we just have about an hour left of the stream now. We're nearly hitting 2 o'clock. So, correction, we will be finishing in about 45 minutes from now. So we've just hit 2 p.m. So in about 45 minutes we'll stop the stream. And we really do appreciate everyone's support today on the stream. It's been a great day of plane spotting. Was a bit quiet to the end of it, unfortunately. And our next aircraft on final approach is American Airlines 1154, arriving in from Santo Domingo. It's a Boeing 737 MAX 8. Should appear from behind the tree any minute now. We do apologize, American boy. We really do. We've got some stuff to prepare for. We do have to head back home to Australia, so we were planning on heading home earlier this morning. However, we thought, well, let's try and get one more stream in for Miami. It would be really fun. And Sloogy Aviation says, where can I find the details on the night stream for MIA? That would be nice to watch. So head over to HD Melbourne Aviation. So we will get a stream up there tonight. We don't have a specific time, so watch and stay tuned on your YouTube, and we will have a stream up there for you tonight. It's going to be a night stream at Miami. So please watch out for that one. And that was American Airlines 1154 about to touch down. Butter right there from Santo Domingo. That was a Boeing 737 MAX 8. Unfortunately, American boy, we can't do another stream tomorrow from Miami, as we are leaving to head back to Australia. So we have to get things prepared, we have to get things sorted. We really wish we could, but we will bring you another live stream. We will bring you another one in Australia, and we will be letting our members decide on a member exclusive poll where they would like the next stream to be. So it will be in Australia, the next one, and we're going to let our members decide on an exclusive poll.
And American Boy, just to add to that, actually, on my channel, so this aviation videography is Sam's channel. On my channel, which is HD Melbourne Aviation, we will be doing a night stream tonight at Miami. I'm hoping that we can sort of get it up and running by about 9 o'clock and have it running for a couple of hours. So if you want to see one more Miami stream by the two of us just before we do leave tomorrow for Australia, check out HD Melbourne Aviation and turn on notifications so you'll be notified when we do go live tonight.
And American Boy, yes, we will have a connecting flight. We're not too sure which route we will take yet. We have not decided. Could either be through San Francisco, LAX. We're looking at various options. So we will keep you updated with that. We do appreciate all the support we have been given today by everyone. And here is that Avianca flight 690 from San Jose. So if you would like to find the channel for tonight's night stream, search on YouTube HD Melbourne Aviation. Thanks Timmy NASCAR, I really appreciate it. Really appreciate the support.
Gerson, the YouTube channel is on YouTube. All you got to do is search up HD Melbourne Aviation, or if you visit Aviation Videography and go to the channel page, you will see HD Melbourne Aviation as one of the recommended channels. So that's another way that you can access that channel to watch tonight's stream on there. We're expecting to stream from this spot, and there is a nice batch of freighters that tend to land around 10 p.m. from South America. We have a lot of Avianca cargo, Tampa cargo, LATAM 767s, and we look forward to bringing that to you guys. Yeah, it's been amazing to see HD Melbourne Aviation as a page grow so big, and to see so many like-minded aviation enthusiasts like myself all coming together and enjoying different airports from around the world. And yes, definitely, maybe aviation videography could get a Instagram and start posting videos on there as well. That'd be a very good idea to do. So we'll probably look at doing that over the next couple of weeks. So Phantom Planes, the stream will be running from about 9 p.m. onwards. We're going to aim for 9 o'clock, and we hope that we are able to stick to that and get everything up and running. We will be using a different camera, so there could be a couple of technical difficulties that we will have to iron out, but we'll definitely aim for 9. And in terms of modding for the channel, I do have a lot of mods on there already from premieres. So at the moment, I'm not looking for any more mods on there, but I really do appreciate your enthusiasm about it. Sluji, yes, we wanted to... 787 on approach.
This is American Airlines flight 2706 arriving in from Havana. It's a 787-8. And the next arrival is a special livery. I better get my camera for this one. And this is American Airlines flight 2575 wearing the retro chrome livery, arriving in from its home base of Dallas Fort Worth in Texas. It's a Boeing 737-800. And this is definitely my favorite aircraft, or my favorite livery I should say, that American Airlines has. And we have a train approaching us as well. The train of death is on its way. But we should see this 737 first. And the train is getting closer and closer, but I see the 737 just pop out from behind the tree, so here it is. The retro chrome livery on this American Airlines 737. Bare metal at American Airlines. That was awesome. Such a cool livery. And the train of death is slowly approaching us, as you guys can see. That is definitely my favorite livery from American Airlines. I especially personally loved that livery on the 757. It was an awesome shot.
Next up, we have the LATAM Airlines Boeing 767-300 ER. This is a direct service from Lima as flight LA 2464. However, I do think that the train is going to unfortunately block the shot. As you can see on the screen, it's approaching very slowly, but fast enough that it will interfere with what we're doing here. Fortunately, when they do come from this direction, they don't stop, so it will just run right on through, just like the one last night.
And as you guys can tell, it has blocked our shot.
So hopefully not too long and this train will pass. We're trying to get an idea of how many carriages it has, but it's quite hard to see because the track does bend around. But as you can see, it is a huge train, huge freight train. We do apologize profusely for this. It really is out of our control, but we feel terrible that it always seems to line up with our stream, because when we're not streaming, it's very rare we have an issue with this train. Yes, at least we did get some nice bumper stickers on this train. So we're getting a nice view of that.
And it looks like the train was about to stop. That would not have been good.
So the train is still going. There's still a lot of carriages coming our way, but we'll definitely get that LATAM 787. And that will arrive after it's passed. That was looking pretty bad for a second. It looked like it was going to stop. But fortunately it continued to go through, and it will allow us to continue to stream for a little bit longer. So we've got 30 minutes left for today's live stream before we have to leave and take care of a few things before streaming tonight on HD Melbourne Aviation. And we will bring you some high quality live night plane spotting. The train's almost gone now. We're 2 carriages away. And the train has passed. So good timing, we'll still be able to get the LATAM 787, which is a direct flight from Bogota, Colombia, as flight LA 578. So it is about to turn onto final approach for runway 9. So it should be here within a few minutes. We should expect to see the KLM 747 departing also very soon. So it's something to definitely look out for, as it's a huge highlight of the stream. Always good to have a 747 flight happen and occur right in front of you. Especially KLM with its nice blue livery. It really does stand out and is a complete head turner. Unfortunately, from where we are, we can't quite see the KLM plane at all. I can't even identify where the tail is, but I do know it's parked somewhere around here, somewhere near the Avianca cargo. So it's somewhere around this facility here. We saw it go there when it arrived earlier in the stream at about 10:45 a.m. But with any luck, we'll be able to hear it as it starts its engines and prepares for its runway 9 departure. Would like to thank everybody again for tuning in for this stream in Miami. It's our second stream in Miami and our second international stream, which is huge news for us, and we are so glad to bring you high quality live streaming and live plane spotting from all around the world. Timberwolf, yes, KLM did retire their 747s. However, there are some 747s in the freight configuration, which are owned by Martin Holdings. So it is flying under the KLM livery though. So it's good to see like there is still the presence of the KLM 747, even though it's not quite the original one that we all know and love. And Edge Gaming, it is the cargo 747. KLM, as I just mentioned before, no longer have their passenger 747s. So we're just waiting on that LATAM now, which is on final approach.
Which is flight 578 from Bogota. It's a 787-8 Dreamliner. We should see it appear from behind the tree in a couple seconds. And yes, we are Australian. We are from Melbourne. So Sluji, unfortunately we will not be able to get the Lufthansa 747 here. We do have to pack up right on the 14:45 mark, so 2:45 mark on the dot. We really have to pack up. We do apologise. Yes, Melissa, we are enjoying the summer over here. Not looking forward to coming back to the cold of Melbourne in a couple days' time. And the next aircraft on final approach is American Eagle Flight 4077 arriving in from Nashville, Tennessee. It's an Embraer E175LR. Thanks to Somil for joining and watching the stream. And Luke 3D2005 says he is taking off today at 4:55 on American Airlines through to Heathrow. Unfortunately, the stream won't be going until then, but we might be able to get a clip of it if we get enough time. So, hope you enjoy your flight, mate, and have a great trip across the pond. G'day John Ryan, thanks for joining the stream again today, mate. We really appreciate your support in coming back and watching another day of Miami plane spotting. And we should have this American Eagle E175LR on final approach now, arriving in from Nashville as flight 4077. And following closely behind this is American Airlines flight 2645 from Austin, Texas. It's Boeing 737-800. And yes, Luigi, we just did see the Skylease Cargo 747 just took off from the north side, unfortunately, but that was expected. We'll just check the radar now. We have the 737 arriving in from Austin, Texas.
So our next arrival on runway 9 is the United Airlines Airbus A319-100, flight number UA 1930 from Chicago, Ord. So they'll be landing in a few minutes, and we'll definitely come down to runway 9. Edge Gaming, thank you very much for joining the stream and sharing this midday rush with us. We really do appreciate you being so active in the chat, engaging with us, and keeping us company for the afternoon. Thank you again. So yes, we are going to be live streaming on my channel a little bit later tonight at around 9 p.m. Miami time. That is the goal, but we may end up being a little bit later if we have a few technical difficulties like we did today. So you can find that on my channel, HD Melbourne Aviation. If you are very interested in seeing a night stream for Miami Airport, do turn on notifications so you'll be alerted when I do go live. I'll also be joined by Sam as he helps me with the streaming and handling some of the equipment that is required. So the United is still just a couple minutes away. We should start seeing it emerge from behind the tree very soon. But we will be ending the stream in 15 minutes as we have some things to do and we need to start getting ready to prepare for our flight back home to Australia. So we wanted to stream for a little bit longer, but we did manage to secure another stream here in Miami, which was not part of the plan. But we want to thank everybody again for all their support and for watching the stream this afternoon and joining us out here at Miami Airport. It's been a very pleasant afternoon, and we appreciate you guys keeping us company while we catch planes that are landing on runway 9. We're still just waiting on that United A319 to emerge from behind the tree. And I see it now. So that was the United flight direct from Chicago. So just a reminder, we will be wrapping the stream up in about 10 minutes time. This will be our final Miami stream on this channel for the foreseen future, or foreseeable future, I should say. However, we do intend to come back here at a later date.
And yes, John, that is me. That is my Instagram account. As you can see, I don't post very regularly at all. Just been really busy lately with things. But yeah, I'm active on there to respond to messages and things like that. So I will chuck you a follow once I get back online. And the next arrival here is Spirit Airlines flight 3122 from Dallas Fort Worth. It's an Airbus A320neo. Thank you, Timmy NASCAR 28. We really appreciate your support, mate, over the last 2 days with this live stream. It's been great fun to host and showcase Miami International Airport and everything it has to offer over the last 2 days here. We really do hope everyone has enjoyed the stream as much as we have. So just a quick update, it's 14:37, 2:37 in the afternoon here in the South of Florida in Miami. Live stream is coming to an end very soon. We really appreciate everyone's support with the live stream today. It's currently 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So 32 degrees Celsius out here. It's quite hot. But we really do appreciate everyone's support. And here is an American Airlines, or American Eagle I should say, E175 LR, arriving in from Atlanta. And the next arrival is an American Airlines Boeing 737 arriving in from Montego Bay. And we are very, very close to wrapping up the aviation videography live stream here in Miami. We do appreciate everyone's support. We appreciate that, Timmy NASCAR 28. Thank you, MJ. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Really appreciate it. Got to roll, and you next time will see us in Australia on Aviation Videography live streams. We'll be doing a live stream in Australia. We'll let our members vote on an exclusive poll in which they can decide where we would like to stream. And thank you for being a great mod, mate. We really appreciate it. And just a big thanks to all the mods in general, really. It's been really good over the last 2 days. Prior to this, we had no mods for this channel, so we weren't too sure who we would get to do the job, but looks like we chose wisely and chose well. As everyone here as a mod has been great, supportive, and a part of the channel. We're down to the final 4 minutes of the stream. And over there in the distance, landing on the northern side of the airport, you can see the Iberia Airbus A330-300. That is flight 6123 arriving in from Madrid. And the next arrival on the southern side here is American Airlines 3697 arriving in from Nassau. It's an Embraer E175LR. Thank you, Greg. Really appreciate your assistance as a mod, and we really appreciate the support of everyone tuning into the live stream. Thank you, Phantom Planes. We really appreciate your modding support, mate. It's been great. And we appreciate you tuning into today's stream and yesterday's stream as well, mate. So keep an eye out for future streams on the Aviation Videography channel. It looks like the last aircraft we will catch is Aviation Cargo Flight 4042, arriving from Quito. It's a Airbus A330-200 freighter. But just before that, we have American Airlines Flight 3565 arriving in from Key West. It's operated by Envoy Air. It's an Embraer E175LR. Goodbye, American boy. We really appreciate your support through the stream, mate. It was great to have you here. Yes, Timmy NASCAR, you will see us tonight. And we have Viva Air Flight 320 arriving in from Medellin. It's an Airbus A320neo. This is wearing a very bright livery, so it should stand out. And it is currently 14:45, but we will stay for a little longer to catch these last few arrivals. And that was butter. And the second last approach for us here is Aviation Cargo Flight 4042 arriving in from Quito. It's an Airbus A330-200 freighter. Thank you, John. Appreciate the support, mate. And a big thank you to Roger Abbott, who is one of our members. Thanks, Roger, for tuning into the stream. We really appreciate your support, mate. We will catch you on the next Aviation Videography live stream. Thank you, Gerson in Miami. Really appreciate your support, mate. And the final aircraft that we will spot here is LATAM Cargo Flight 2516 arriving from Bogota. It's a Boeing 767-300 freighter.
We really do appreciate everybody for tuning into this final stream here in Miami. As Sam said, this is the last plane we're going to be catching, the LATAM Cargo 767-300 freighter. It's quite a common aircraft here in Miami, but it's always good to see nonetheless. So I can see it just behind the trees there, and it should emerge within the next 20 seconds.
Thank you, Ty, for tuning in, mate. Jez R, thanks for coming back, but we are just about to finish up here and call it a day. And there it is. Thank you, Lucy, one of our great members of the channel. We really appreciate your support. We will catch you next time on another Aviation Videography Live, and we will also catch you next time in LA, in Los Angeles, when we go to see Rudy and Kevin. Thanks again, guys. We really do appreciate everyone's support today with the channel. We really appreciate everyone tuning in to the live stream. It's been a great day of fun. It's been a great day of plane spotting. We are very keen to come back to Miami for some more one day. So for now, thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
As Sam said, thank you very much for tuning in to our live stream here in Miami. We really appreciate all the comments, all the support, and all the conversation we had with our viewers. We really appreciate everybody for sticking around for as long as they did, or even if you just tuned in just to have a look what was going on and see what was happening in Miami. We thank you for that too, and we hope to see you on our next stream, which will be in Australia. So do stay tuned.